Góðan daginn. Góðan daginn, gott fólk. Ég ætla að óska ykkur velkomin til þessa ráðstefnu í norsk-íslenska viðskiptaráðinu. Ég búinn að búsetta í Noregi sem mörg ár og ég búinn að gleyma þessu á íslensku. Ég heiti Guðmundur Einarsson og stjórnarformaður í viðskiptaráðinu og ég vil þá fyrst og fremst nú hefum við þetta á ensku, ég ætla að vona þessi í lagi. So I would like to welcome our friends from Norway. First of all, Arne Hjeltnes. We are very happy to have you here and excited to hear your speech. And I would also like to welcome the ambassador of Norway, Cecilia. Welcome to this conference. So I will give the word to Ólafur, and before I do that, I would like to say that we are hoping for new members in the organization, so please join us and contact us so that we can make you a member in the organization. Ólafur, the word is yours.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to say it's nice to see how many of you turned up today. I would like to start by thanking all of you for coming. Special thanks to the Norwegian Icelandic Chamber for all their hard work in planning this event. And as you can see, it's quite a big event and much larger than I dared to dream. But I would also like to thank Fisheries Iceland for their sponsorship and making this possible for us. The questions we're asking here this morning is, how did Norway build a strong international brand in farmed fish and tourism? Can we learn something from them? How can we increase the value of farmed salmon in a competitive market? Furthermore, how can we gain some competitive advantages in those markets? These are some of the questions that we will be discussing here today. We have a full agenda of interesting speakers for you lined up. Each of them has experience in marketing, consulting, and selling in the Norwegian market. Our keynote speaker, Arne Hjeltnes, will talk for about 40 minutes, and each of the other speakers will talk for about 7 minutes, even though they are starting to pay money to speak longer. But maybe I'll buy a new car after this, but we'll see. After the last speech, you will have the opportunity to ask some questions, and I really hope that you will use this opportunity to do so. There are a lot of intelligent people in here. I see my CEO is here, and he is an opinionated man, so I guess he will ask some questions. but please ask some questions. So without no further delay, I would like to introduce Arne Hjeltnes. Arne Hjeltnes has worked as a chief representative of the Norwegian Seafood Export Council in Asia. He has also been the director for tourism of Norway in the Americas. Arne has been the group director of communications for Marine Harvest, which is the largest salmon producer in the world. He holds a degree in sustainable business from the University of Cambridge. He has served on many boards, for example, Marine Harvest, Panfish, the World Wildlife Foundation in Norway, as well as Voss Water and the World Nordic Championships that were held in Oslo in the year 2011. Arne has worked for 12 years in national television and as a host and producer. He has written 15 books and won 3 Norwegian Grammys, no less. He has been a speaker and presenter at numerous seafood conferences in Norway, Asia, and North America. His communication work today is mainly focused on fisheries and agriculture. He is a member of the board of the ruling Conservative Party in Norway. So I would like you to put your hands together and give a dear friend a warm welcome, Arne Hjeltnes.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Olafur. I'm very glad to be here. When someone asks me to come to Iceland, I always come because I always know there will be lots of good food. We started with this yesterday, and I will continue with this throughout the day. But I also know that whenever I come to Iceland, I also must do a presentation. And when I was asked to come here, I told this, of course, to my Norwegian friends, and they said, what's really the title? And I said, it's something like, what can we learn from the Norwegians? And are you going to Iceland to tell them what they can learn from us? They are doing everything right. So that's my starting point. But Ambassador, ladies, gentlemen, I would like to start in 120 years ago. About 1 million Norwegians emigrated to the US. It's only Ireland that has a higher percentage of people emigrating from their country. And people left for the US, and they never came back. They became rich uncles in America, as we call them. And even from Voss, my hometown, people left for America. For those who have been there, it's unbelievable. And 120 years ago, a young blacksmith, how do you say that, smith? Smith, left for America, and he came back at once. He came back after just a few days, 120 years ago, and he was not very keen on talking or explaining why he came back so fast. And the people at Voss, they are very curious, so they wanted to find out, why did you come back at once? So one late evening, they put him into a corner in an old dance hall, and they were standing around him, the people of Voss, and they said, why did you come back from America? And the young blacksmith said, they already had the blacksmith in America. And that is the point. I mean, everything that we do, other people also do. There's a fierce competition out there, and we are, both of us we are from small nations, so we have to go out there, and most of what we are going to bring to the market is already there. But we have to be very good, and we have to be very visible. So that's why I'm going to tell you what you can learn from Norway. Norway is, of course, a very significant, large, and important country in the world. It's the only country in the world actually named after a transportation route, Olafur. It's Norway, the way north. Other countries are more or less named after, Denmark, Danes occupying piece of land, England, Deutschland. So we've actually been in the logistic business for a very long time. And it was founded some 1,200 years ago by Harald Fairhair. He merged 5 kingdoms along the coast of Norway, and that's how he built the nation, because controlling the coast meant actually controlling Norway. There was not much happening inland. And the first Vikings, they were a bit like hedge fund managers. They were keen on quick profits and hidden assets, and also very keen on bling and showing off. And I'm sure that some of the mergers today are also some people that feel that almost like they're being beheaded, but the methods they used were not, hopefully not so much in use today. And of course, it's a significant country. Norwegian is the 146th largest language in the world, so that's an important thing. We provide extremely interesting culinary experiences like we discussed this morning, lutefisk. It's not so popular in Iceland, but I understand you have some small production here. And it's basically fish soaked in lye, and lye is a chemical used to make soap. And the best-selling book in Norway is actually a book about stacking wood. And our national painting is a neurotic scream by a disturbed person. So that's Norway for you. I'm working in the communication business in a company that's in 4 countries, so I know a little bit about culture, different Nordic culture. Not yet in Iceland, but who knows? But before that, and before I worked in tourism and in fisheries, I had an extremely interesting job. I was traveling the world with my own chef and 2 personal trainers, cross-country skiers Vegard Ulvang and Bjørn Dæhlie. And Arne Brimi, there's a wave in the Nordic cuisine now, and Nordic food is really very popular. And in Norway, this business is actually growing quite a lot. Local produced food in Norway is 3.5 billion Norwegian krona, and it's growing by 16% every year. And my friend Arne Brimi started this in mid-80s. And we traveled the world. We made actually a program here in Iceland too. Went to Blundus and also we did some geese hunting. But Arne Brimi was then, after we had stopped this TV program, he was appointed Knight of the St. Olav Order, which is a very serious thing in Norway. The main benefit of being a knight is that you get 15 minutes alone with the king. And he's from the Gudbrandsdalen Valley, so it took him some time to get down to the capital and sort of meet up for his coffee appointment with the king. And when he finally came there, and there was just the 2 of them sitting in one room, and 15 minutes, the king gets a lot of visitors, so he needs to find some kind of topic to discuss. So he actually said to Arne, are you going to produce any more of these TV shows, Gutta på tur? And then Arne Brimi, who is from Gudbrandsdalen, and despite being from Gudbrandsdalen, he had one of his bright moments. So he actually said, well, we're going to do one if the king joins us. And so the king did. And that goes to show that it's very important to grab a chance when you get it, because our king is surrounded by 20 people every day that prevents him from getting those kind of questions. But there he was vulnerable and alone, and this charming guy from Gudbrandsdalen really took him by surprise. So, Norway is a small country. It's if you are a famous sports person, or if you have been a lot on national television, you're automatically qualified to go around and tell people how to run the businesses. And that's basically what the chef and I have been doing, and that's basically why I'm here, because I've been a lot on television. And my chef friend Arne Brimi, he helps companies, and he brings them up to his restaurant in the mountains of Norway, and then he puts maybe the management team around the fireplace, and then they climb some trees, and they chew on some old herbs and drink some strong liquor, and then often revenue goes up by 30-40%. It's what we in Norway call team building. But his main point is that if you want to have something happen, if you want to have a success, you need to start with your starting point. And the nice thing about starting points is it's very democratic. Everyone has one. They are very different. But we all have some kind of starting point. And my main message for you today is that Iceland and Norway has a fantastic starting point in terms of people, in terms of nature, natural resources, stable, nice economies and societies. So we have a fantastic starting point. This is one example, Litlabær, Skatafjörður. As you see, the nature here and the nature here, it's something that we really, really can capitalize on. And I will talk a little bit about that. You have been a bit more entrepreneurial in your approach into tourism. I think we Norwegians can learn a little bit from that too. But we can always live off these things in Norway. These are businesses that have been going on for a long time. These are the main businesses we can live off also in the future. And Norway, as I said, significant, important, big country in the world. We have, of course, supplied the world with some very important inventions. Just a few of them here. Cheese cutter is, of course, well known. I'm sure you didn't know that we have actually invented a hand grenade, like Lieutenant Walterson from Drøbak. We don't brag too much about that in these days. And the six-pack, I mean, not this one, but the idea of putting 6 pairs together with a cardboard piece is actually a Norwegian invention. And, of course, the harpoon cannon. More importantly, of course, the use of hydropower in industry is something that we really have been developed. This is from Rjukan, where the foundation of Norsk Hydro, which has meant tremendous to our economy. Some years ago, I was in a project with the national broadcaster NRK, and it was a series of programs to tell the story about the Norwegian shipping industry. Because 120 years ago, Norway became the 3rd largest shipping nation in the world. And a lot of people in Norway, at least today, when we are sort of fat and happy with a lot of oil money, they think that this sort of happened by chance. But it didn't. It was actually an industry built by a lot of good forces working together. We had lots of trees. We have a lot of trees in Norway, so we can build cheap boats from wood. And we had a lot of cheap labor at that time, because smaller farms, like in Voss, where I'm from, only had work for one son. So the others had to go out. And we had private investor willing to risk the capital on one ship or one cargo. And we had politicians that were really working on building this business. I'm from the inland, so when I was introduced to this shipping industry, I thought it was very interesting, but I thought, wooden ship with a sail, I mean, not much you can do. It will go where the wind blows. But it was actually competence, I learned. And 100 or so years ago, Norway had a 90% market share in the trade and the traffic and transportation of fruit from the West Indies to the US. 90% market share. Shipping that was not even anywhere near the Norwegian waters. And what the Americans said was, we don't hire your ships, we hire your captains. So it was competence, even though if it doesn't look quite so. But it was actually competence, seamanship, knowledge that made this industry. And today we have maybe like one of 4, I think maybe one of 4 ships on the oil fields outside Brazil are Norwegian ships. So it's the same thing over and over again. If you have the competence, the opportunities will come. And it was actually the shipping business that finally managed for us to get rid of the Swedes. I don't know if you had any Swedes here, but we were very happy in 1905 when we got rid of the Swedes. And our prime minister at the time was a ship owner, Christian Michelsen. And he wanted Norwegian consulates out there in the world to help the Norwegian shipping industry. He didn't want to be a part of the Swedish consulates. So that's why we got rid of the Swedes, because of business. Many would say that the multi-phase technology is the most important invention from Norway. I mean, where you can transport water, oil, and gas in the same tube. I would say it's the dried codfish. The dried codfish is probably the most valuable invention ever. And the first professional fish exporter we know of was Torolf Kveldulfsson. He traveled from the city of Vågar in Lofoten. It was at that time the 3rd largest port in Norway, with a ship full of dried codfish to England in 875. That's before the Vikings went on the plundering and pillaging in England. So and he actually came back and he traded the fish and came back with a ship full of all kinds of nice English things. And my theory is that the Viking age with the plundering and stuff started because some other guys that saw these lazy people would say that, why don't we just go over and steal it? We don't have to bring the fish. But it actually started with trade before the Viking age. The trade is older. And the value created from the dried codfish will always be bigger. The oil fund will never be near anything like that value created from the codfish. Because this happened like maybe then 1100 something years before the multi-phase technology. And we are doing a documentary on this for Norwegian television now. And we went to Sandrigo in Veneto in Italy. And there's 43,000 Italians. They used 2 weeks celebrating the Norwegian codfish. And there's Norwegian flags everywhere in the streets. And big halls where people from Italy sit and eat Norwegian codfish with polenta. It's actually more Italians eating Norwegian codfish than Norwegians, at least the dried codfish, tørrfisk. So it's been a trade since 1400. And it will continue and continue. So this is, and Nidarosdomen, some of you might have been in Trondheim, Nidarosdomen is actually paid for with dried codfish. A couple of years ago, the Civil Aviation Authority of Norway, Avinor, they were actually the host of the Mid-Atlantic Dinner 2 years ago. They came to us and said, we need to get some more enthusiasm around infrastructure. Infrastructure is very important. We have 46 airports in Norway, but people do not appreciate them good enough. So can you please help us get some enthusiasm around infrastructure? And this is very important for the trade, for the fishing industry, and for the travel industry. So we created a concept, and it goes to show actually that Norwegians can be enthusiastic about infrastructure if you invite them in the right way. And I'm going to show you a small film about infrastructure.
Norway is a long and rugged country, yet you'll find vital communities everywhere, much thanks to the 46 airports operated by Avinor. With a population of only 5 million, many remote airports raises the issue of centralization due to high costs. To continue today's model, Avinor needs popular support. The problem is that most people are unaware of Avinor and its role in society. So we launched the concept Fly With Us, an aerial web experience documenting Norway from above, from airport to airport. Every day for 3 weeks, Avinor's helicopters streamed online film exploring the beauty of Norway's regions and communities. To maximize the effect, we formed a collaboration with Norway's largest commercial TV station.
TV 2, nemlig et samarbeid vi har inngått med Avinor, hvor målsetningen, Espen, å vise Norge fra lufta.
Together, we launched the most ambitious web TV project in the channel's history. On the campaign site, users could follow the planned route, propose changes and toggle between HD and 360-degree film while listening to local stories. Fly With Us also included daily TV shows, broadcasting from airports along the way. The project was promoted on all TV2's platforms and got coverage in local media nationwide. In social media, thousands of people created their own events, sharing unique experiences from the ground. The campaign led to a massive mobilization of people, promoting their local communities and airports in ways never seen before. Almost 1 million users explored the site. 4.7 million viewers watched the TV shows. With no traditional media budget, the campaign generated over $10 million in earned media. But most importantly, the engagement proved the true value of Norway's airports.
And I mean, you can also do this here. You have same kind of nice nature, but it's very important to invite people. And it's, of course, one of the key success to this is, of course, also the use of social media in addition to TV. And the interest for Iceland is probably as great as of Norway if you go out into the world. So this was a great event for the travel industry, and for those of us in the helicopter, we got these reports every day. We had 4 people just maintaining all the information that came on Facebook. So we get this report every morning. So when we came to Breitinden, for instance, on Senja, in the morning, because they have already told TV2 that we are going to go up on that mountain. So when we were filming, we could not just say that there's some people up there, but we could actually say their names. Those on the top is Martin, Arild, and Kjell. They're celebrating Gunneid's 55-year birthday. Gunneid is at work. And the same with the guy who was at the mountain Blade, or the Edge Blade. We've even had his phone number, so we could send him an SMS from the helicopter if we were late. So, I mean, these people want to be seen. So engaging people in showing your country is absolutely fantastic. So, but even though I've sort of established that Norway and Iceland, we have fantastic opportunities, fantastic starting point. Nature is wonderful. But even if you have something that's great, even if you have the best product in the world, you still have to sell it. And I don't know if there are any Finns here. Beware of the Finns. They are, you know, very strange people. And they actually stole Santa Claus from us. And this is in the middle of a boring forest in the north of Finland. There's nothing happening there. And Santa Claus moved there, Juhlapukin. And they had, the winter before that, they had 534 charter planes coming in to this. People are even buying tickets to drive a snow freezer. How do you say that, snow freezer? Snow, to take away snow. Snow, yeah. They're paying to do that. And David Beckham's been there with his kids. It's a crime. We could have done this. But the Finns did it because they have no oil, they have no coast, they have no fish, they have no nothing. They have a forest. And I'm sure that they had like a breakfast meeting like this, and then they said, what are we going to do? We have no oil, we have no fish, we have nothing. And then one guy in the back says, let's take Santa Claus. And they invested billions, and now it's a big industry. And that's, for us, it's a pity because we used to have Santa Claus, and every time there's like a world championship in tourism, we always win. National Geographic rate 115 destinations all over the world, and the Norwegian fjords won in 2006, 2009, 2011. So, but we have not been quite as good as the Finns, and sometimes also the Icelandic, in capitalizing, making it into business. From the World Championship in tourism, this is the bottom three. And it's all about expectations. There's nothing wrong with Costa del Sol, but if your expectation is to come there and lie on a deserted, nice beach with your girlfriend, have some tapas and the red wine, maybe skinny dipping, you'll be disappointed. Because all the people you see there are Swedes. And there's Swedish meatballs in all the restaurants. And you think, it's not quite what I expected. It's nice and warm and everything, but there's lots of people and lots of commotion and difficult to find a parking space. And you know, it's not quite what you expected. But tourists that come to Iceland and to Norway, we meet their expectations. That's why it's growing so nicely now. And people are finally seeing this. From the top three, I'm sure that a lot of you have been to Toscana. Toscana is very beautiful, and it's just as you expected. There's an old guy on that little farm with some red wine, a little bit of cheese, and it's 20 euros, and you're very happy. And that's because your expectations are met. And that's very important in tourism. We have wonderful cities in Norway, beautiful cities, like Ålesund. People in Ålesund, Sunnmøringer, they were lucky. They are in Norway known to be, how do I say it politely, careful with money. And they were lucky because the whole city burned down when very nice and fashionable architecture was in fashion, Jugend style. And they even got some money from Kaiser Wilhelm to build up the city. And they would never have paid for architecture like this if they have to pay it on their own. If you're wondering what Ålesund could have looked like, you can go to the city of Molde. It's very different. But the problem is that this fantastic coastal city, one of the most beautiful in the world, nobody's selling me this. If I'm out looking for somewhere to go, it's easier to buy a trip to Antalya or Alanya, but here you can experience a beautiful city, lovely seafood. You can go the same with Bergen. Is a beautiful city. It's not the size of Bergen that will impress someone from New York or Shanghai. They will not be standing in Bergen saying, wow, this is big, man. It's because it's so beautiful. And that's what we need to make sure that we are selling to the world, because it's not the size, it's the atmosphere, and the expectations are met. When I lived in Hong Kong, a group of tourists from Hong Kong went to Norway. They went to Gardermoen, then they took a bus up across the mountain, Dovrefjell to Trondheim, and then the Hurtigruten, the coastliner, down to Bergen and the railway back. And when they came on the hills of Dovre, the tour guide from Hong Kong said to the bus driver, you have to stop here. And the bus driver, he had driven maybe 30 times that summer over the same mountain. He said, why do you want to stop here? There's nothing to see here. And the guy from Hong Kong says, that's the point. We have never seen nothing before. And one of the as you know, one of the really growing products is the Northern Lights. Some 70,000 people will come to the north of Norway to see the Northern Lights. And their alternative is going on a safari in Africa. And these are people who pay for the tickets, for the hotels. These are really valuable tourists. And for those of you in the fishing business and producing products, I know it's kind of risky to sell a product like the Northern Lights. It's a product that's difficult to control. It's easy to go out there, come and see the Northern Lights, but you don't know if it's going to happen or not. It's risky business. But still there are things you can do to improve this product to the people who are buying it. And we found out that there are actually two things that's important with Northern Lights. One is to have electromagnetic movement in the atmosphere. And the other thing is it shouldn't be overcast. And both data, that's big data, both data are available. So you can just combine them in one little app, and then people can scroll and say, this is for Bodø, and you get one of 3 messages, go, wait, or try. So then you have improved something that's really controlled by God Almighty. And if it says wait, then people can go and eat and do something else, and you can still make money on them. In an interesting, my interesting story with Olafur Hand is that we were both working to get Americans to come to our countries in New York City. At that time, SAS was not flying between Norway and the US. And it was only Albania and Norway that didn't have a direct route to New York from their capital. And I thought that was a pity, and my job was to get more Americans. And after getting to know Olafur and the nice people of Iceland, I said, why don't we go and talk to Icelandair and have them fly from Reykjavik to Bergen? And Olafur said, sure, I know these people. I can set up a meeting. So I took the director of tourism for Bergen and the guy who is head of the airport in Bergen, and we came here, and we came into a room at Icelandair with 4 guys, and they said, why don't you fly to Bergen? And they said, why not? But it's like my friend, the chef and the king. You have to ask. The people from Iceland, they're not going to travel around to all the cities in Norway and ask, can we please fly to your city? You have to come and ask. And that's thanks to Olafur. We got the meeting, and now the route is open, and as I understand it, it's been a big success. And he didn't want anything for this fantastic job he did for the people of Norway. It's only that now that they're building a brand new big airport in Bergen, and the only thing Olafur wants is to have on the international wing of the airport the ladies' toilet named after him. And the Civil Aviation Authority of Norway have actually agreed to that, so when it's finished sometime late next year, it will be the Olafur Hand's International Women's Toilet. And I think actually also a couple of ambassadors have said they will come and open it together with the CEO of Icelandair. But you have to ask. And my point is, you remember in the beginning of my lecture, I talked to you about the blacksmith who went to America. And I'm sure a lot of people here have been to America and come back and try to imagine and remember the first time you're ever in New York City. It's an electric feeling. I mean, all of a sudden you're in Manhattan. Have you seen it in films? And there's these guys on the street corner selling pretzels and hot dogs, and they talk to you just like in the movies. They say, hi guys, where are you from? And people start walking a little bit like this when you were in America. And you feel that everything is happening because of you. Taxi cabs are yellow, not 1 or 2. All the taxi cabs are yellow. And there's a small glass wall with a door. Take me downtown. And the money is just like in the movies. And it's actually steam coming up from the streets. It's a fantastic experience. And first time I came was in 1992. And we were down in the village. And there was a huge guy, a little darker than us in the skin, and he looked at us and he said, Guten Tag. And we were very quick to say, we're not Germans, we're from Norway. And he looked at us and he said, who cares? And that is a very good question. That's a very important question, because if Norway, as we know it, should sort of sink into the ocean, the world would manage perfectly without us. So it's up to us to make people care. And it's up to us to go out there and get the business or to get someone to care for us. And that's about innovation and cooperation. And that's my, you have to take care of the time, Olafur, but that's my point where I go into the fish business. This is my definition of innovation. Innovation, this is a picture I took on a holiday trip to Vietnam. In the little, behind the little trees, there's some entrepreneurs in the travel business. And they, sitting there every morning, can we do something else? Can we enhance our business with the tourists that come here? Can we do anything to make a little more money, some more profit? And then they have read in different tourist magazines, tourists like to parachute after speedboats. And they didn't have money for a speedboat, but they had an old elephant. And there's a guy standing here, there's a rope down, and he was pulling people up and down $5 all the day. And it was blowing all the time, so you could use an old elephant because it's standing still. But innovation always it starts with what you already have, the starting point, what you have. The fishing industry, for instance, the salmon industry, I was working in Hong Kong for 3 years. This is a picture from where we started something called Salmon Day, where 31,000 pupils in primary schools in Hong Kong got a free meal of Norwegian salmon. And it's a business model I actually stole from the drug business. it's very important that they start early and that they get the first sample for free. But this is an extremely important business for Norway now. We're producing 1.2 million tons of salmon. It's an industry exactly same age as the oil industry, and it's creating lots of value. A fillet of salmon costs 4 times in Hong Kong what it costs in Norway. It's an extremely important industry. It's an industry built also very much by cooperation between the fish exporters. And since we are producing 1.2 million tons of salmon and eating something like 50,000 tons, we need to go out there and sell it. We need to export. And for us, this is a very good sign that import is actually increasing in other countries. And so we have created the Norwegian Seafood Export Council, which has been very successful in many markets around the world. And I'm going to give you one very, very good example on why this is so important to get the whole industry to work together. You probably know that sushi is a mega trend in the culinary world. It's a 2,000-year-old tradition, and it's probably invented in China, but mostly known in Japan. And salmon in sushi is a Norwegian invention from 1985. Before 1995, there was no salmon in sushi. And it was because of cooperation of Norwegian fish farmers, politicians, the Export Council, and the Foreign Service. So a group of Norwegians went to Japan in 1985. The delegation was led by a former Minister of Fisheries, Tor Listhaug. And they came to Japan and they saw Japanese, they eat a lot of raw fish on rice lumps. Maybe we can go for this with our new farmed salmon. And we had an ambassador there called Freyhoff. He was going around with a cooler bag with fresh Norwegian farmed salmon, giving away samples. Because the Japanese didn't want it. They didn't want salmon. They are very traditional. Very traditional. It's like going to my chef Arne Brimi in Gudbrandsdalen and ask him to take out the lamb of the traditional Norwegian dish fårikål and maybe change it with llama. It will take some time. But they had a wonderful strategy. They said if we get the best chef in Tokyo to serve this in his restaurant, maybe the others will follow. So we did a TV program on this in 2010, and we found the chef, Ishinabe, the guy in the white suit. He's the first guy who served a 12-gram salmon piece on a lump of rice. He should be stuffed, not stuffed. He's still alive. We should have statues of him along the coast of Norway. Because in 1980, we sold 2 tons of Norwegian salmon to Japan. 20 years later, we sold 90,000 tons a year because of this guy. And now the salmon travels where the sushi travels. And we estimate maybe 6 billion Norwegian krona of salmon is eaten raw because of this guy, Ishinabe. So it was a very important thing. In the same program where we went to and found this, we went to the north of Norway, Nord-Troms. There's a company called Lerøy Aurora. They have specialized in selling salmon to the Japanese, sushi quality salmon. And they have managed to convince the Japanese that the northern lights in the winter and the midnight sun in the summer creates a fantastic sushi quality. And they get extra paid. And it's a small community. 200 jobs is very important. And they're actually as clever as Coca-Cola company because they are adding something to the product that really enhances the value. It's a fantastic example, and it's growing. It's also now in Singapore. So you can use what you are selling in the travel industry to sell in the fish industry if you have innovation. The biggest client for Norwegian salmon at the moment is IKEA. IKEA in Asia is serving salmon in the restaurants. In Norway, they are serving Swedish meatballs. It's not good. The same we have done with the bacalao, the dried salted codfish we have done for 400 years around the world. This is my chef Arne Brimi in the Dominican Republic, where they have actually dried salted sate from Norway in the small street corners. A couple of days ago, there was the World Championship for Chefs. Iceland was number 7. And among all the 10 biggest, the 10 best chefs in the world is actually Norway, Sweden, Finland, Denmark, Iceland. So the Nordic cuisine is really in fashion. There's a big future. Future for fish is fantastic. This is the expected production of salmon. Salmon supply to the EU is fantastic. If we're going to live in the future, as many people on the planet as we have today, we need to have aquaculture. And it's going to be 4% of it is going to be salmon. There's going to be a lot of other different things. How much time do I have?
8 minutes.
I have still 8 minutes. Yes. Okay, then I'm going to show you this movie. Fantastic.
Imagine this apple represents our planet. I want to show you the tiny amount of land we've got to grow our food on. First, I've got to get rid of 3/4 of this apple. Now this is all the oceans and the seas. Next to go are the areas that we can't farm. Places like deserts, mountains, and of course, towns and cities. And this is what we're left with. You've got to imagine that this is the area of the earth that we've got to grow all our food on. But in fact, this small sliver represents the soil we've got to grow our food in. And we've got to feed nearly 7 billion people with it.
So the future for fish is quite bright. And future for fresh, clean, nice fish in all kinds of products is going to, the demand is going to grow and grow and grow. And no one could have imagined what happened 45 years ago when we started farming the salmon. And what new inventions in fish and fish products will come, nobody will know. So the future for Iceland and Norway is very bright. That's my main message. There's a lot of things, also oil and gas, minerals, bioprospecting, the travel industry. So I'm going to go back to Norway after this very, very interesting trip and also talk to the Norwegian what we can learn from you. I mean, in marketing of your country, you are, I would say, as good as us, or even better. You have been extremely good in using social media, the internet, getting friends all over the world to help you market the country. Lots of very, very successful campaigns. You are in the middle of a very interesting, in terms of logistics, you're in the middle of a very interesting place when it comes to the opening of the, for instance, the Northeast Passage. This could be a hub. This is actually a Russian map I found on a Russian website, and you see, Iceland is really in the middle of everything. So there's going to be a lot of happening, a lot of interesting things happening for you there, and we should come and take part of that. In that, also, of course, in the exploration of oil and gas, it's going to be very interesting. You have always been very good in producing a lot of interesting seafood products into the UK. You have a good brand name, so there's a lot of opportunities there. Producing most energy per capita in the world. And of course, as you know, energy is extremely important. And we are very envious on the success you've had in creating the charter flights from Japan. We're starting now in Lakselv in the north of Norway with just a couple of flights. It's only like 8.5 hours from Lakselv to Tokyo. But you have brought in thousands and thousands of tourists. And then you have to go to the Japanese and ask. That's very important. I mean, in Norway, we have had sort of a tradition of sitting there waiting for the Japanese to come and ask. And I think you have to go and ask them. You've been successful in marketing your free-roaming lamb at, for instance, Whole Foods in the US. And I remember when we were in New York, you couldn't get enough. And you asked, do you have a free-roaming lamb in Norway? And is there another kind of lamb than free-roaming? There's only one kind. We send it into the mountains and they come back and then we slaughter them and eat them. But now we have not been so good in actually exporting lamb. You've been good in the creative industry. I mean, a lot of people want to come here because it's the coolness of Iceland is very strong. I mean, you have like people who are fishermen and they are anthropologists and they are band members and they run a small bar and they have a beard. Everyone wants to go there. And you're also very proud of your food. I mean, this is not, in many markets, not quite a political correct menu, eating whale and puffin. And then I found an interesting thing on the internet, but you have so many friends. So this guy in the US said, no worries about eating whale in Iceland because it's sustainably farmed minke whale. And if that is happening, I'm really interested because this is a fantastic resource that we are not allowed to export. So hopefully that will change when we have to feed the world from the oceans. But anyone has any interesting information on the farming of sustainable farming of minke oil, I'm very keen on knowing. Because I've been to, this is from the capital of the Norwegian whale industry, Skrova in Lofoten. This meat is fantastic, and we cannot sell it abroad. We did a festive whale there last summer. We brought in chefs from, 9 chefs from Asia. They loved it, and they said, where can we buy it? How can we get this fantastic whale meat? So they had a wonderful time there. So it's important to be optimistic also. I mean, considering the future. I'm going to show you a small example about optimism. This is from the island of Lovund on the Helgeland coast of Norway. 40 years ago, 2 teachers, Hans-Petter Moland and Steinar Olaisen, were experienced what a lot of smaller communities in Norway were experienced at that time. They were going to close the school, shop was going to close, and all the young people were moving to Oslo. And they said, we have to stop this. We have to find something else to do here. And they went down to Frøya, outside Trondheim, where fish farming started, and they bought 2,000 smolts, these little salmons. And they put it in buckets and plastic bags and in a small seaplane, and then they made their own cages, and they put out these 2,000 smolts and said, now we're going to start a new industry here at Lovund. And after 1 year, these 2,000 smolts had become 2. So 998 fish died. For many of us, that would be a catastrophe. They were a little bit differently in their mindset, these 2 teachers, because what they said was, this is possible! The fish lives! And today, they actually have 400 employees, and they have a 1 billion business in Norwegian krona, exporting the salmon from Lovund to Spain, which is the biggest market, one of the markets. So, I mean, everything is possible, but you need entrepreneurs, and we have the best starting point. We know that changes will come. Changes will be great, and it's very difficult to anticipate what kind of changes that will come. But we have everything going for us, even though we are small countries. You are smaller than us, but even though we consider ourselves big and significant, we are also a very small country. So it's important to get your message across, go out there and ask, because there are so many others out there want to get your business. I mean, like the blacksmith, there's a lot of other blacksmiths there. You have to go out there and you have to be very clear with your message and get the business. A lot of people will try, like Finns or Swedes or other very dubious people will try and steal your business. And you have to be open. This is from a small village in Norway. It does not apply to locals, but you have to be open. And my chef, Arne Brimi, my friend, says that you have to be very good. There's a much higher chance to succeed if you're very good than if you're bad. And he thinks it's actually an exponential curve. And also, because we come from small countries, we have to be very, 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 very good. And effort alone is not enough. We have to be very, very good. And not doing the same all over and over and over again is not enough. We have to really be extremely good in what we do, not just carry on the same way we always. And I'm going to end my presentation with a quote from the American philosopher Mike Tyson. And he has actually a very good quote when it comes to adaptability. And I think that's also one of the strong points of the Icelandic and the Norwegian people. We are adaptable because you can plan for a lot of things, but not everything. And Mike Tyson once said that everyone has a plan until they get punched in the face. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to correct myself. I was saying that Fishery Iceland was a sponsor of the event, but this is a joint event of the Norwegian Chamber, the Norwegian Icelandic Chamber and the Fishery Iceland. But the next speaker here today is Kristján Davíðsson. Kristján Davíðsson has experience in As a board member of listed companies in Iceland and Norway, such as Copena, a fish, meal and oil producer, Olivita, a health supplement company, Landsbankin, Valka and Vaki. Christian has studied and worked in Norway and Iceland. Christian has a fishing captain's degree from Iceland and a master's degree from the University of Tromsø. Christian has experience in doing business both in Iceland and Norway, managing companies, for example, like Sif, Marel, Glitnir, as well as being a managing director of seafood companies like Norfish and Grandi. Give a warm welcome to Christian Davíðsson.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, thank you for inviting me to participate. I can promise you it's a tough job, Arne, you have given me. Coming after him, I don't even have any slides. But he had food for thought and digestion. So for those of you that don't know me, I smell of fish all over my nice dress. And I also did so during the decade or so that I lived in Norway, where I studied at the university, like Olav said, and then worked for a few years. In Norway, I first took a master's degree in fishery science, which includes technology, biology, economy, and marketing. And then I worked as seafood sales manager and later CEO of an export company for a few years. In Iceland, my friends at that time called me a traitor. And in Norway, my friends called me an industrial spy. I guess that in a way, both were right. Joke or true, I thoroughly enjoyed the Norwegian hospitality, and ever since I moved back to Iceland, I've maintained my ties with Norway. I've been doing business with Norwegians, selling them seafood, selling them technology, exporting from there, and the last 6 years I've been a board member in Norwegian companies, both in the seafood industry. 2 of the 3 Icelandic companies I work for as board director have Norway as their biggest market. Vaka in the fish farming industry and Valka in the processing industries of both salmon and whitefish. The future is bright for both Norway and Iceland and the seafood industry. At bright future, we need to learn from history. And I just want to tell you a couple of stories from my experience in Norway, and then perhaps end with one little story from Iceland if Olav doesn't cut me off like he threatened. I bought a couple of minutes from Arne for a slide of wild Icelandic salmon, no farmed. But anyway, as a CEO of a seafood exporting company in Tromsø at the end of the 80s, I had the pleasure of exporting the first load of salted fish to Portugal that went directly from northern Norway to Portugal, or to the world actually, as the monopoly of the exporters in western Norway, mainly in beautiful Ålesund, that you saw a picture of before, was abolished. The deal was quite a story. The position of the Icelandic saltfish in the Portuguese market for drying bacalhau, as they call it down there, was such that they packed each quality on fixed weight pallets or in cartons and invoiced in accordance with what was delivered in the shipment, a quite normal business deal procedure. The Norwegian fish, it had such a poor reputation that the Portuguese buyers, they only accepted a bulk shipment that was weighed and quality graded after arrival in Portugal at their plants. We went with a shipload of around 800 tons and we took the fight. You can imagine the tricks played. We were completely at the mercy of buyers. And due to what? The poor image of the Norwegian product, badly damaged by poor quality of the deliveries. We even went so low that the ladies that were working in sorting the qualities, we filled their pockets with chocolate, hoping to buy some goodwill. And they put it in the pockets and took it home and didn't pay any attention to us. But it wasn't until we gave them some ice cream that they started to pay notice that we were there. Ice cream they couldn't take home, so they had to eat it. That was the first time they smiled. The Spanish market was even worse. A clan of buyers took whatever they could get their hands on from Iceland. They were actually carefully manipulated and rationed by the Icelanders, always hoping for more than what they got, and the story was actually very similar in Italy and Greece. In 1989, I went to Barcelona. I met several importers, and with only one, I managed to make a deal. Or so I thought. Quality grading according to Icelandic standard, prices only 30% lower, payment upon acceptance in Barcelona. The day after I came to Norway, my phone rang. It was not the buyer. It was one Mr. Magnús Gunnarsson, the CEO of SIF, the Union of Icelandic Saltfish Producers. He spoke harshly of the lousy contract I made. It turned out the buyer, which had never intended to honor the contract, had faxed it to Reykjavík in order to buy goodwill and ask for some more of the nice Icelandic fish in return for the favor. Magnús asked me, "You have a paper and a pen?" Yes, so I had. Well, write down the following. And then he read me his prices and said, "May I suggest you don't undercut by more than 10 or 15%. Well, anyway, later, perhaps when he got tired of my constant biting into his customers and visiting Iceland with Norwegian producers, he offered me a job at SIF and I moved back to Iceland, proving the Norwegians' accusations of industrial spy to be true. My first job at SIF was actually to clean up a solid mess of stockfish exports. Arne told us a nice story about the stockfish. Well, there was this story of stockfish exports from Iceland to Italy from the year before I started working in SIF. Italy is a traditional gourmet market for low-fat quality Norwegian stockfish. We were selling at that time in the late 80s at close to 2,000 krónur Icelandic a kilo. It was a fantastic business. Iceland has never properly succeeded on the market, but they intended to conquer in a Viking way in the late 80s when catches of cod in Norway were poor. And they did it so badly it has never tempted anyone, neither in Italy nor Iceland, to seriously try that again. But that was a sidestep. In the early 90s, SIF acquired a drying plant for saltfish in France. That plant needed Norwegian raw materials, sizes and qualities that suited some of the markets in Southern Europe, South and Central America, in particular former French colonies. So I went back to Norway, established a trading subsidiary called SIF Union, playing on the strong image of the Icelandic saltfish and our strong brand name, Union. We traded bulk goods to France and Portugal and loads of Union-branded pallets and cartons to Spain and Italy. And we taught even a few selected producers with good raw material and good culture to produce according to our standards, and we imported quality control, including staff from Iceland. The results were such that even 10-15 years after this was abandoned, I was being asked by Italian customers, when do we start again? All this happened in the days when the Seafood Council was recently established and perhaps mainly working with farmed fish, so we did not work with them. But since then, a lot of things have happened. The Seafood Council has run hundreds of projects in dozens of countries and promoting Norwegian seafood, building the image, which, while each exporter takes care of building his own brand, very often with the additional support from the Norge logo. One of the results of this, in addition to a lot of learning and hard work from the exporters, is that in Portugal, which has been a low priority market for Iceland, as a result of development over recent years in the ways of processing and marketing fish, is now so dominated by Norway that the Portuguese importers are only happy to strip the Icelandic fish of any identity before placing it in supermarkets in order to be free riders on the TV commercials and promotions made by Norway, which still has an important market there. The story is very similar in Brazil. Actually, the most successful Icelandic brand in Brazilian market has been, they've been using a brand and a logo that to Brazilians looks very typical to Norwegian exporters. Red colors and a Norwegian sounding name. So one issue of this meeting when it was called was the idea of this generic country marketing thing. Should we learn from our relatives, friends and foes in Norway? Actually, some initial moves have already been made. The results I do not know, I have to admit, but I believe they are hardly inspiring. In my opinion, this is still something we should seriously look at, and not least how not to do. the Icelandic wooden shack with tinsel roof in a small, unimportant trade fair in Barcelona last year, I don't think it impressed anyone. But how should it be done if one decides to go ahead? In my opinion, the image of Iceland has to be carefully defined. It can be a range of things that cling. After all, we are close to Arctic, we can claim to be natural, crispy, pure, etc., etc. But whatever it is chosen, it simply has to be backed by serious substance. And it is a marathon of work, not a one-time show-off or a 6 months or 1 year stint. It takes a lot of time, hard work, and a bunch of money to build. And it's fragile and easy to damage. I'm not going to say much more on that. Ólafur is showing me that time is flying away. One thing, though, is worth mentioning. I think, sincerely, it should be run by well-educated and energetic team of professionals, not seafood industry players, experts, or captains, but experts in marketing, market and consumer behavior, psychology and communication, advertising, etc. Of course, there has to be a board of stakeholders, those who pay, to see that the costs are not running wild. But keep the work professional. It's a big, big world out there, and you need to know how to succeed. Not in fishing or in the tourism or in the software, but in marketing. Just one small last story, if you please, Ólafur, to illustrate it. It's not such a conventional story. As many of you know, Sif had hundreds of producers going together into one brand, the world-famous Union brand. In a container to Australia or Brazil, there could be fish from several producers, all clearly labeled with the Union brand, and a small producer identity code consisting of 3 or 4 letters. It was hard for any producer to create preferences for his fish, except perhaps by delivering quality beyond expectations and hoping the buyers would ask for more of their fish. It frequently happened. One creative industry veteran did it differently. After a weekend trip to Amsterdam, he took some magazines acquired in the red light district, cut them in pieces and inserted as one-pagers in a plastic bag, and then put one plastic bag in each and every cartoon he shipped. The idea was that the merchants in the market would like the stuff and ask for more of the same. It was an original idea, to say the least. But the project lacked somehow in, can I call it know-how? For example, in cultural differences between the producer's close environment and the destination market. The result was extremely disappointing, as the pornographic pictures did not go so well down in the deeply religious Catholic markets this was shipped to. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Kristján. The next speaker here today is Aðalheiður Pálmadóttir. Aðalheiður Pálmadóttir has a degree in pharmacy from the University of Iceland. She has an MBA from BI in Norway. Aðalheiður was the operating manager for the pharmacy chain Livia in Iceland and has extended experience in the same field in Norway. Aðalheiður is now working for Controlant, a startup company providing wireless solutions for tracking and monitoring climate and heat-sensitive goods. Aðalheiður is mainly working within Scandinavia, but is also responsible for all markets in pharmaceutical products. Let's give Aðalheiður a warm welcome.
Thank you very much, Oliver. First of all, I would like to thank you for the opportunity for being here with you today. And I'm going to make sure that this slide is shown correctly. I used to live in Norway, and I can tell you Arne Hjeltnes is very well known in Norway and has really made a name for himself. I never met him before yesterday, but over the years I have quoted him so many times that I lost the count. In one of his episodes of Gutta på tur, he and his friends go to Iceland, have a lot of fun, like they always do. But what stayed with me was when he said with conviction that it was no problem at all to speak Icelandic. You simply add, you are, ur, after everything you say in Norwegian. And then he demonstrated it very nicely, and trust me, it was good, especially because he speaks with this beautiful Norwegian accent, or dialect. It's beautiful. And it could be in line of Jegur skalur komur íur dagur, or something like that. Oh, no. Of course, he's much better with this. Anyway, so I tell people about this. I meet a lot of Norwegians, and Norwegians are interested in Gamalnorsk, Icelandic, and the roots. It connects us. And Norwegians in general really like Icelandic people. The most common comment I got on being Icelandic over the 9 years I lived in Norway was, "Oh, you're not a foreigner, you're just back home." And it actually made me feel very welcome. But in Norway, I was running a pharmacy, and I had this incident of my refrigerator going down to -2 degrees. I see that you don't understand what it means, but most pharmaceuticals are ruined if they freeze. And that had been over a weekend, and I had no record for how long this had lasted, and I had no alarm system in place. And by the way, you are lucky that we pharmacists really take temperature so seriously, because when you need your medication, we make sure that the quality has not been compromised. But back on track. I'm in Norway, and I have to throw away medicines for about 5 million Icelandic kroner because I had no temperature monitoring system in my refrigerator. A few years later, I have moved back to Iceland, and I'm running a company importing and marketing pharmaceuticals in Iceland. And I'm approached by a colleague of mine, Bessi Gíslason, the founder of Lyfjaver. He asked me if I could meet with the founders of Controlant, an interesting startup company he had been involved with recently, he said, with high-tech solution. And he said to me, maybe you like what they're offering, and maybe you can help by connecting them with people in Norway. I said yes. I met the guys, and it was actually love at first sight. No, not what you're thinking. I fell in love with the solution. Sorry. I fell in love with the solution, and I ended up joining the company a year later, after the first meeting. And here was somebody in my network, within my network, making a connection for a startup company. And just to show you what this company does, I'm going to show you a very short video that does this much better than I explained. Okay, so we know all about that. The same guy that connected me with Controlant, Bessi Gíslason, introduced Controlant to the Icelandic company Distica. Distica is one of 2 pharmaceutical wholesalers in Iceland, and that connection has been beneficial for both companies ever since. Distica has benefited from Controlant developing solutions to their needs, and Controlant has benefited in many ways from the connection. One of it is that Gylfi Rútsson, the CEO of Distica, made an introduction between Controlant and 2 of his suppliers, Nomeco, the biggest pharmaceutical wholesaler in Denmark, and 3D Logistic, which is a specialized logistic company also in Denmark. And Gylfi actually got a slide presentation from Controlant that he presented at the meetings with his suppliers. So the lead was already warm when Controlant took over and closed the deal with both companies. And at Nomeco, we worked with a great guy from quality, Paul Barclay. He really liked our solution. I made sure to stay in touch with him, sending him interesting articles about our common area of interest, which is temperature mapping. And please let me know if you're interested in joining our little group. It's a very nice little group. And I would ask for his opinion when developing our various solutions for the pharma industry. So when he told me he was leaving Nomeco, I got a bit worried at first. But it has actually turned out very well, as he's now spreading the word around within much bigger network, or wider network. But shortly after Paul left Nomeco, I got an email from World Courier in Denmark asking for information about our solution. The CEO had met with Paul, and to cut the story short, we closed the deal with World Courier. A few months later, I got an email from DHL inviting us to participate in a tender for temperature monitoring and mapping of a new warehouse in Copenhagen. We ended up signing a deal with them and are now proudly monitoring temperature in 20,000 square meters state-of-the-art pharmaceutical warehouse in Copenhagen. And DHL has kindly responded to our request for referrals in the UK. Potential are being worked at. World Courier Denmark has connected us to World Courier Sweden and Norway, and these warm leads are also being worked at. So why have I been going through these detailed stories? It is to emphasize that it's all about people and connections, to nurture relationships. Networking is no rocket science. It can be approached as any other project at hand. Know your market segment, understand how it works, make a list of options, choose an option, and make a plan about how to follow through. Set a goal for yourself. Because indeed, networking might be your most cost-effective method in generating new business. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Aðalheiður. Our next speaker is Steinunn Þórðardóttir. Steinunn Þórðardóttir is the founder and CEO of Acton. Acton is a consulting firm that specializes in financial and shipping industry. Steinunn worked as the director of Glitnir Bank in London from 2005 to 2008. There she worked closely with companies in pharmaceuticals, food, fashion, as well as the fishing industry, to name a few. Steinunn took her BA and MBA in the US. Steinunn is a woman of many talents and speaks 6 languages, so let's give a warm welcome to Steinunn.
Good morning, Ambassador, ladies and gentlemen. Góðan daginn öll sem öll. I've been now living and working in Bergen for the last rough 5 years, and my children are Bergenser. And I was probably asked to come here today, due to the fact that I've lived there, to give you a glimpse of what has been happening in the Norwegian market over the last few months. Now I have to find my equipment here. Okay. As everybody knows, there has been a 50% drop in oil prices in the last 5 months. And this obviously has significant impact on an oil economy like Norway. There had already been cuts in investments last year and cuts in staff for various companies, including, for example, for Statoil, which most people have heard about, have cut quite a lot of cost last year. This is worrying, of course, for all the corporates in the oil service-related industry. And what is estimated is that there will be a 30% drop in investments over the next 3 years. This is just around 50 billion Norwegian krona, which is quite significant. And the sharpest cut will probably be now in 2015. And there's obviously a rockier path ahead. GDP is estimated to be 1.2% now in 2015 versus 2.5% in 2014. This is half. And in 2016, it's expected to be weak and then recovering slowly 2017 and 18. What people that I talk to are mostly worried about is unemployment. And of course they're worried because headlines throughout Norway have been saying jobs will be cut everywhere, not only in the oil service industry and the oil sector. The oil industry has cut 10,000 jobs, but of course, if you look at it from an overall workforce perspective, it's not so great. But still, unemployment will go up. Maybe to 4 to 5% are the estimates. And the question is if it will dampen a little bit that many of the workers in the oil industry are actually not Norwegian, and perhaps they will leave Norway. Households have started to save a lot after the financial crisis, and they are expected to save even more. What does that mean? It will slow down the economic machine. There will be less consumption, and consumer confidence has already been negatively affected. And if you can see here on the graph, the business confidence is down to negative territory for the first time since 2009. But as we well know in Iceland, it's beneficial to have your own currency in many ways, because there are some positives to the weaker krona. And the Norwegian krona sunk like a stone last fall. It was amazing to watch it. But we have to look at a longer period. If we look at 2 years, 2013 to 2015, the depreciation has been 22%. This, of course, benefits the traditional export industry. When I say traditional export industry, we're talking about the industry that is non-oil related. Oil and gas, of course, when I'm talking about that. And the competitiveness of the Norwegian export industry is increasing. And that was already shown, or we saw that already last year. After 4 years of stagnation in this industry, there was a 2.9% growth. And now in 2015, it's expected to be over 3%, and in the next coming years. The seafood industry, which most people here know very well, is the second largest exporter after oil and gas, even though it's quite a lot smaller than the oil and gas industry. In 2014, they had a record year with 69 billion Norwegian krona being exported. And this was despite the Russian sanctions that people were worried about. And the Sjømatsrådet has said that Norway now is exporting to over 140 countries. I believe it's 143 to be exact. So the diversification there is great. If we look at oil prices, many people are speculating what will happen. Some people say we'll have a new low. Other people say it will go up now towards the end of the year. Actually, most analysts say that it will go up and be around the $65 or $75 per barrel territory towards the end of this year. But will low oil prices crack Norway? The answer is no. Norway stands on very strong pillars, and we have to remember that the pension reserve fund, the oil fund, is now over 5,000 billion Norwegian krona. So that's quite significant. And just the interest from those 5,000 billion Norwegian krona will help a lot in stabilizing the economy. Many people have been speculating now, what is the pain threshold for Norway in regards to oil prices? And there are some guesstimates now in the market. And when I say guesstimates, it's estimates that have not been thoroughly analyzed, that $40 per barrel is perhaps the pain threshold, but that has to be then over a certain amount of time. Of course, you can see here, det ingen krise, but people in Norway, some feel that there is crisis, or at least they feel some unrest. But key takeaways for today is that 2015 will certainly be an interesting year. There will be more volatility in the markets, and then I'm not only talking about Norway. But opportunities also rise from these kind of market circumstances. We'll potentially see more M&A activity. We could see some companies want to spin off non-core assets since they want to streamline and focus on main businesses. There might be some mergers, since companies might want to try to achieve more economies of scale. And we could see, with the lower krona, more investment from, more interest, from foreign investors. And of course, The non-oil export industry will grow, and what is very relevant for us here today is that Norway's competitiveness in the international seafood market increases, and tourism could also pick up. So I think that's the key takeaway here today, is that we need to roll up our sleeves and maintain competitiveness in seafood and in tourism. And we should definitely ensure that we learn from Norway in regards to seafood, and perhaps they can learn from us in regards to tourism. But it's also about cooperation, a win-win situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Steinunn. So our last speaker today is Brynjólfur Eyjólfsson. Brynjólfur Eyjólfsson is the marketing manager for HB Grandi. Brynjólfur has worked as the marketing manager and as a corporate consultant for PricewaterhouseCoopers in Iceland. Brynjólfur has done market research and consulting for Parax Consulting, Mörforsking, and Matís, as well as doing numerous research projects. Brynjólfur has a master's degree in international business from NHA in Norway, as well as holding a master's degree in fisheries from the University of Iceland. So let's give a warm welcome to our last speaker, Brynjólfur Eyjólfsson.
PowerPoint has stopped working, that's nice. All right. So thank you for inviting me to speak here. It was nice that Steinunn spoke about 5,000 billion NOK. And yesterday we saw the news we always get. After the Viking lottery, another Norwegian won. So it's always the same. Well, actually, I'm not going to talk a lot about Norway. I'm just going to be selfish and talk about HB Grandi. Norway is an important market for HB Grandi. Norway is probably our third or fourth largest market in the last few years. We are exporting a lot of fish meal and fish oil to Norway. So maybe that's the foundation for your salmon industry. But there's been a lot of demand in Iceland about learning how to market seafood to the world market. Looking to Norway and the Norwegian Seafood Council. Even copying what the Norwegians are doing. But just as Arne said, the Norwegians, they are looking to us. What can we learn from the Icelandic people? I lived in Norway for 5 years, and I got that question many, many times. You know, you're doing such a good job in fisheries. We can learn a lot from you. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about HB Grandi and what we are doing in our marketing. So HB Grandi is a vertically integrated company. That means we have our own fleet, our own production. We do the sales and marketing ourselves. People doing different jobs, and so we actually control or cover a large part of the value chain. I will come back to that later on. We are a large company. We have about 12% share of the Icelandic quota, which is the legal maximum. We cannot buy more quota or buy a company that owns quota. So for us to grow, we have to add value to the product somehow. We have to focus on full utilization, and we have to focus on creating high-value products. And this is what we are trying to do. I have a few slides about our operation, and I will go quickly through them. So we have 10 vessels, 3 types of fleet. The top 4 here are what we call wedge trawlers. They are catching, they are maybe out 3 to 5 days at a time, and they supply raw material for our groundfish operations. Then we have the frozen at sea fleet, 3 vessels that are maybe out 20 to 30 days. And they produce and they process, they fillet on board and freeze, and deliver the final packaging that we deliver to the market when they are landing. So there's no further production on land. Then we have the pelagic fleet, which is a completely different way of catching fish, of course, very seasonal, high volume fisheries. We are actually renewing our fleet. Our fleet is getting a bit old. This is how our pelagic vessels will look like. This is a Norwegian design. We are building 2 of those, and we are building 3 of those. So it's quite a lot of investment. Our land-based operations are located in 3 locations around Iceland. All of the operations are within Iceland. We don't have any offices abroad. Here in Reykjavík and then Akranes and Vopnafjörður. In Reykjavík, this is a picture of our main buildings in Reykjavík. Here are the offices, here's the production, and then we have the cold store. We actually, our vessels, our wetsuit trawlers, they land here, and the fish go straight into the production. Very, very convenient. Our freezer trawlers, they land here, straight either into the cold store or directly into the container. These are pictures from our operations in Akranes and Vopnafjörður. I'm not going to go into details about what we are doing there, but we have quite a variety of different products that we are producing in Akranes. And if we take, this is a picture from our Reykjavík facility, where we are producing fresh product, fresh loins and fillets to the market, exported directly to the market. Frozen products, we additionally do dried products, we do fish meal and fish oil, we do raw production and value-added products production, especially in Akranes. We sell directly from HB Grandi to about 40 different countries all over the world. And like I said, Norway is an important market. So coming back to this slide here, this is the key. The success of marketing is not just about promotion. Norwegians are experts in the promotion of fisheries products. And the story of salmon is of course an excellent story. But they are not doing, only 1 minute. Didn't I buy another? No. All right, so I'll go quickly through this. For us, the most important thing is to produce the product that the market is demanding. It's to listen to the market and not just promoting Icelandic fish. Promoting Icelandic fish is very, it's important, but the key for us is to produce what the market is demanding. We have the sales managers. They are traveling all over the world or to their markets that they are serving, and they are listening to our customers, and the reason behind our success is that they have the influence into the production and into the fishing part of the company. So they decide what products we are producing. It's not that we are catching products and then just trying to sell them. We are trying to produce the products that the market is demanding. So that's the key behind our success. And I think I will have this as my last slide. Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, Kristín is going to take the speakers. So we're a little bit running over time. So I would maybe ask if there is somebody that has questions for any of our speakers, they will just answer from the table here so we don't have to get everybody up here to save time. So are there any questions from the audience to any of our speakers today? Okay, nobody dares. So maybe I'll just ask. No. I think we can hear you just if you speak up. I will repeat the question if...
I would like to thank you all for your presentation. I would like to ask, if I may, Arne, what do you mean by that we have established brand in the UK?
Hello. What I mean is that and I'm not an expert on the UK seafood market, but what I mean is that you have a good profile and a good name. And I see on packages of fish in the marketplace that the actual country of origin is named, and that's not common for all suppliers of fish. So that's what I mean, it's an excellent opportunity because you have a good profile on other areas as well. So, I mean, the nice profile and the popularity you have in travel and as a nation is something that is very important for you also on the actual products, because it will mean something to the consumer that the fish is coming from Iceland. In Hong Kong, where I used to work, they don't know anything about Norway. The only thing they know about Norway is that salmon comes from Norway. So the origin is extremely important, because there will be competitors from all over the world with the tilapia, pangasius, whatever. But coming from Iceland, given a good reputation, should give also even a better margin. I don't know if Christian agrees with me, but I think it's important for origin, because like the salmon is more expensive than all other fish in Hong Kong. And the origin that's been carefully built up over the last 40 years gives you that extra margin. So that's what I meant. But a thorough analysis of the UK market takes a little more than 2 minutes. And I don't have it.
Any other questions?
Hello,
Yep.
my name is Markaðssetning. I'd like to ask Arne, is it important that we have one message to promote the image of a country like Norway or Iceland? Or can we have many messages?
I think it's just best you stand here.
It's important to have one message. And I didn't talk too much about the Seafood Export Council, but Steinar said something also. What happened 40 years ago when sort of the different fishing competitors joined together was, first of all, the financing, that we pay a 0.75% export levy, goes into a common organization. And this money is, of course, a lot of money when the prices go up and the volume go up. And it's governed by the fish companies themselves. They are on the boards of the different fishing groups. So they are all aligned. And then, of course, they take care of the separate brand doing the deals themselves. But I think what has been a key success for Norway has been always maintaining the same profile. And the profile has been from the cold, clear waters of Norway. And also another thing that's very important for the different fishing companies is that if you have any kind of incident, these offices around the world can go to the press. They can come with the scientific results, reports, experts that will answer questions when in terms of food safety, all these kind of things. And these questions are more difficult for a single company to answer. And on the very positive side, it's also easier for an export council to invite press and journalists from China to come and see the fishing industry of Norway, because it's felt more neutral than if a company starts inviting the press. So the common message, and also, of course, it's been very important that the money, the sum and the budget of the Seafood Export Council is actually governed by representatives of the industry. It's not bureaucrats, and we have not been able to do this in the travel industry, for instance. And the travel industry is, I think, very envious on the fishing industry that you managed to get these all good forces joining together. And then, of course, it's a competition in each market between the companies. But they all feel that they actually benefit from sort of like a foundation of goodwill and promotion. And also in terms of, when I was in Hong Kong in 2004, we had an incident with a false scientific report that created a lot of fuss and a lot of problems for us. saying there were a lot of contaminants in salmon. And then the Seafood Export Council would answer these questions and bring in experts on veterinarian side, researchers and everything to document that it was not true and that the quality was good. So it's an issue of marketing. Promotion is one thing, but it's also a food safety thing, and it's a PR thing. So it's divided in several areas.
Any other questions? So if we do not have any other questions, then I think we're a little bit over time, but I would like to thank you on the behalf of the Norwegian Icelandic Council for showing up here today and spending this morning with us. And I would like to thank all the speakers for their time, and especially Arne for coming up to Iceland once again. And we hope to see him soon. And thank you very much for your time. Have a nice day.